Welcome, welcome. We're gonna continue our MSQ adventures. Before we continue the MSQ, we should probably do our job quest. Let's get. Well, it doesn't actually send us to. Um. Well, it doesn't actually send us to Heaven's Workplaces. That would be very tragic. And I hope that they don't. I genuinely don't remember. How fares your training, my friend? I imagine you've grown quite accustomed to the shift between spellcraft and swordplay. I will continue to instruct you, but as I have said before, practical experience will serve you far better than any tiresome lecture. It is important that you treat every battle as an opportunity to learn. Speaking of which, Father Iluid mentioned that he had something he wished to discuss regarding our sigil-branded ambushers. Let's head inside, shall we? I'm ashamed that it did not occur to me earlier, but I recall an incident that may be connected to this dreadful cult. A merchant's son was kidnapped in Uldal some moons ago. When the merchant came to pay the ransom, however, both father and child were murdered. The perpetrators of this terrible act were never unmasked, but evidence at the scene suggests that two were slain by thaumaturgy. What is more, this merchant was a native of Alamigo. Is this not also true of the father of the girls you rescued? Aye, he is Alamigan born, a man by the name of Wilkin, and his wife told me. Could he have also been the true target of the kidnappers? You must speak with Master Wilkin at once. There are too many similarities in these cases to ignore. I would not put it past this cult to make a direct attempt on his life. In anticipation of such action, I inquired after Master Wilkin's trading itinerary. It seems he is presently conducting business at the Manderville Golden Saucer, delivering stock for game prizes or some such. Very resourceful of you, Father. Thank you. Come, Hikaru. The Golden Saucer awaits. Well, that's a good thing. We don't need to go to a Heaven's Sword location. I also hate that when you have to go to Golden Saucer and you click the map, it doesn't just march you to like give me the Golden Saucer location. But it doesn't. Very very annoying. But that's big. There. My apologies, Hikaru. I neglect to ask if you were a patron of these holes. But we're here now, and Master Wilkin is still occupied with his trade. I am tempted to eavesdrop on his dealings, to learn what manner of man we're saving. Let's play the part of him happy gamblers, wander by his meeting in the Manderville Lounge. Just look for the wonderfully hideous golden statue. There's a golden statue here? I golden statue. Oh. Oh. I I didn't know that was a thing. Something new. There's our Master Wilkin. Thank you again. We'll make the most of this gift, I promise you. Back straight and head up now, lad, or folk will become suspicious. You've done naught wrong. Besides, the coin is fair gotten and freely given. The young man he was talking to, he is known to me, one of the lads belonging to the Alamegan Resistance, if I'm not mistaken. Well, this is certainly more than some simple business deal. But why waste time on suppositions when we can speak with the merchant himself, eh? English hard. Mistress Hikaru and Master's Run. Glad I am for this chance to thank you in person for the kindness you showed my daughters. A Father Iluid sent word to expect you. He also mentioned that the danger to my family is not yet past. You suspect that I have been marked for assassination. Aye. Have you any idea of the why? Say, retaliation for funneling funds to the Alamegan resistance under the guise of standard business dealing. I thought as much. I recognized your client as one of the young freedom fighters I'd seen in Carabania. Oh, rest assured that your secrets are safe with us. I myself have spent the better part of my life aiding the resistance. Your dealings do, however, seem to have drawn some rather unpleasant attention. Very well. You saved my children's lives, so I will trust you with the truth. Many Alamegan refugees are employed here at the Golden Saucer, in no small part due to the wishes of the establishment's owner, Lord Godbert Meadorville. Several of these employees have direct ties to resistance, the young man you saw being one such convict. As to why I meet them here, well, it is a matter of hiding the trees within the forest. There was another incident not so long ago where the sons of an Alamegan-born merchant was kidnapped by a cadre of mages. When the father attempted to pay them ransom, the fiends slew both parent and child. I fear this scenario was one they hoped to repeat with you. Yes, terrible turn of events that was. I did not know the merchant personally, but I knew of his efforts. He, too, was said to have supported the resistance for the fortune he made in Uda. And there we have our connection. They seek to eradicate resistance sympathizers. I sense the hand of the Empire behind this cabal. But the assassins themselves favor magic. They are unlikely to be native guardians. The puppeteer could very well be a hired killer, or mayhap a recruit from a subjugated province. We shall learn the truth in due time. For now, however, we must take steps to keep you alive. Lord Manderville is a member of the Syndicate. The gold saucer is his domain. Striking at me here would be difficult to say the least. I do, however, have pressing business to attend in Vesper Bay in the coming day. Vesper Bay, eh? Given its peculiar approach, I can think of a dozen places from which assassins could stage an ambush. Why do you entrust your safety to Hikaru and me? Together we will prove more than a match for any ambushers. It would also afford us greater insight into our foe. You certainly appear capable. I will gladly accept your protection. Then it's settled. Let's travel ahead to Vesper Bay and scout out the area. Back to the Waking Sands. Again. Oh, we come back here a lot, huh? Good, you're here. Master Wilkin has begun his overland trek from Ul'dah. Before he left, I asked a good merchant to discuss his travel arrangements with less than his usual discretion. Assuming the assassins have eyes and ears on their targets, we can assume they will have moved to occupy the most favorable ambush sites. Now, if I were intent on murdering a lone traveler, I would choose one of two options. The first being the alleys here in Vesper Bay, and the second being the long, dark tunnel leading into the town. I propose we split up and secure both areas. I will take the back streets, and you can have the old mining shaft. Sweep the tunnel clean of ambushers, and meet me back here when you are assured the route is safe. Well, I hate how they use Paralyze. I have no way to stopping it. Also didn't paralyze me, so it's not the worst thing to happen. Defeated their ambush, did you? Well done. As you can see, they had a second group waiting in the wings. Your opponents are the same mute attackers as before, yes? I pity these cursed pawns, but we cannot let mercy stay our hands. They are a little different from the Walking Dead, and no art can restore them. I did, however, allow one to escape my blade. On purpose, of course. He seemed eager to disengage, and so I obliged. He limped off towards the coast. With the wound I gave him, he'll not have fled far. I will track this last assassin to his destination. I remain here and greet Master Wilkin. He should be arriving through your secured tunnel any now. Ah, Mr. Sikaru. Here I am, and with nary a scratch upon my person. My deepest thanks. You have saved my family, and for that I can never truly repay you. But I must at least try. Pray share this gift with Master's Run. My supplier will be waiting, and so I will take my leave of you. May Nald enrich you and bless your endeavors. We've had a stroke of luck. The man I followed leapt into the sea and was fished out by others in a rowboat. I last saw them making for a merchantman anchored out in the bay. Considering the absence of fear, I must assume that the one who fled had been commanded to report the outcome of the ambush. If we can identify the ship, then we will be one step closer to unmasking this vile puppeteer. And then we can... Another token from the esteemed Master Wilkin. How kind that he seeks to reward us. Ah, and there's a note here as well, addressed to us both. Ahem. You have my eternal gratitude. Twice now has my life been saved by red mages, and twice by one in particular. Mayhap you remember the day, 20 years ago, when a crimson duelist fought to save the life of a child. I remember you, Master's Run. For your scarlet garb was forever etched into my memory. This is a strange feeling to be recognized for a decade's-old deed. Had he not known me, would he have been so ready to place his life in our hands, I wonder? Aside from a few wrinkles, I suppose, I've changed little in my appearance. I was clothed thus when we worked to evacuate our fellow Alamegans, even as the homeland we knew crumbled around us. But in the end, it is the lives that matter, not the place. Regardless of the circumstances, a red mage must strive to achieve the greatest good. I've always believed our action are our own reward. But a little acknowledgement does wonders to sustain one's faith, eh? Alright. Forgot they don't link your spells with job quests. I do think is a generally good idea. A compromise. Why, thanks for coming, Hikaru. When you are ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the lotus stand. The Alliance leaders await you at the lotus stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
What a very... Oh. He spit on the grave.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
A very elegant casket.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So, young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
He doesn't look very young. How old is he?
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
88 years old. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Doesn't look very old. Or young.
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their emperor gives the word.
Oh wait, never mind. Varys is 46. Not the... Not the...
When, not if. They say this Varys was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
I still don't remember who the Ivy is. The whole Garlean spy. Anyway, don't remember. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. The reason for this: deep-rooted mistrust among citizenry. The nation's leader can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to common folk. Take the Lominsons, for instance. Admiral Merlwyb outlawed piracy over a decade ago. Foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gradanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Elegi Adeleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that the people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to believe it be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflicts at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for a full-scale conflict. But enough idle musings. Let us speak of a more pressing matter: the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deemed the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt is near its end, Karu. All that remains is a corner quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest, and he'll give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Curtis, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Well, we'll find Ivy. Well, we still need to fight Shiva. Can you go find a way in? My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with caution. Facing Ivy. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than the Flame Marshal Beline Rawley, Brabant's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated by the high-ranking positions. It was no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, he should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames record for evidence of Royale's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landings, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Royale? Royale, maybe? Is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. The rail has entered the Caroline canopy, meaning someone perchance. Or could it be she means aboard an airship? Hurry, look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there. She may have seen something. FME is her name. I shall remain here in case Royale reappears. Hikaru Kari, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ahem. A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you're sure she did not board an airship? Did not come back either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The roost, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. May I interest you in some Montoy tonic? A cup of day imbues a man with great vigor. You take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Hello, Sushi. Day has been okay. How about yours? Hope your day has been good. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royal would have disappeared without a trace. Is this even better? No, it's not. Out of my bed and your computer. The rest of your room don't matter. Not like you have anything else anyways. Come on now, be for real. You only have your bed and your computer anyways. I've seen your floor plan. I'll be surprised if you even have a nightstand. You'll probably use your boxes that you use to move as your nightstand. Be for real. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royal's example and take the ferry from the West Shore Pier. You'll doubtlessly wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Hopefully it's not actually at the pier. Never mind. Is that actually at the pier? Fine. We'll take the ferry. Probably faster than teleporting. Oh, I believe the Lancer's skill go down. And then take the ferry. If it's just like, yeah, I don't need any decorations. All I need is my computer, my chair, and a bed. Maybe a table to eat and his appliances. To go make. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawkthorn Hut. If Morel is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean master there. An explanation is in order. You're no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. While our indigenous friends at Garlean Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. And we have installed them around city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royal would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Denoland without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. Just for this reason, I believe that she have chosen the Black Shroud for a clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings or goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Guardians have sent agents with mine to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawkthorn's hut and catch Royal the act. Pictures, I got them on my computer background. Dude, for it's just like pictures, I have wallpaper engine. What do I need that for? He has his phone. That's all the pictures he needs. My people report that our quarry has not departed for the Bramble Patch. The ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Guardian Masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Somewhere. Just beyond, Morel is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Blame Marshal Eileen Royal. You're under arrest for treason and espionage. You're followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. Who says damnation? You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling into Tullswood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do not think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Well, it's no wonder I don't remember who it was. Like a who moment. Even a warrior of Royal's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence. but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither, and mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. Let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Hikaru? Well, we need to go kill Shiva still. The Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. I do like ninja. Oh, no. I will not be doing the job. Such an ugly, I swear. But it looks so silly that I like it. It's so ugly, but so silly. So, like, how can I hate it? Heck is Safar doing? Steady, steady. Not bad, eh? With a little more practice, it could earn a fortune at the Ruby Road Exchange. I think she's juggling. A knife, an axe, and a bottle. Impressive. Katara has grown beyond the childish fantasies of becoming a songstress. Now she aspires to be a legendary street performer. She cannot seriously be considering it. Life as a street performer should be one's last resort, not their first. Not wrong. Yes, but Higiri, you're missing the point. The individual doesn't matter. It was a team effort, and I was the one who. Tancred's tale of Lady Yugiri almost beggars belief. My heart is fair to fit the burst from admiration. Talk about a rousing tale of comrades of valor. Surely we are fortunate to count Lady Yugiri as a friend. Why are they having a spotting challenge? I could do this all day. Not go on much longer. Strength Hori, on your honor as a scion, I forbid you not to surrender. I must admit, this exercise of yours never fails to amuse me. While its movement appear comical, it does seem to be having the desired effect. The battle of wills, a struggle for supremacy. Our fighting styles may differ, but this unyielding spirit is the same in the warriors the world over. They're having a squat challenge. Very interesting. Like, they're having a battle of who can lift more, but it's in squats. Welcome back, Hikaru. I understand that Alphana has had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against the Line Royal. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctum of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva, using the crystals she stole from the House Fortomp caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saints. But if we, as we suspect. They mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes. It seems likely that the result will be something more akin of a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped. And stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Orion-J, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant from Charlene. She should be arriving within the hour. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let's make our way to the gates and await her coming. Don't know the level. Okay.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Orion-J.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar, and an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Alright, Taco. Let's return to the Rising Stone at once, then. We have much to discuss. You say that as if I'm not too lazy to remove 7TV emotes anyway. I don't even add new ones. So it's like... not going anywhere. Not for a long time. It's for me. You do you. Do you, Sir Taco? And I'm needy. Hi, needy. Nice.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Lima so mean to
Everyone,
Yuita.
if I could have your attention.
Kind of funny.
We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Shalian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Oh.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate a second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon.
That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult. And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
Ah, yes. A chance of death.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Ah, yes. Gamble of life. Good idea. And of course, we just nod to that. Ah, yes. Gamble my life away. Ah. Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game. I've already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreda described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Char, and I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. Well, we do have main character plot armor. So. We do have that going for us. I still wish there was another teleport by Whitebrim. It's such a far fly. I'm glad that we fly now. Still. A long way away. You think Alphino would bring warmer clothes? Good to see you, Hikaru. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilberd sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Eileen Royale in Ul'dah, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite. After you, Scion. Thancred's Aether got after La Brea came into him. Did you skip everything, Bert? There, it's ready. Oh. I take her smile as a yes. Ah, it worked. I think. Try tuning to the aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. I finished most of the... Okay, I need you to... The what? Of the expansions at one sitting? Most of the expansions? What the heck is the OF? We have done all we can, Hikaru. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, we arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. AR is the only one that gave me Gear Cancer. It took like 3 to 4 days. Oh, you're saying you finished most of the expansions? Yeah, AR takes a while. One of the longer ones. But did you skip everything? Or did you actually read stuff? I actually don't even know. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, we may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice. And so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their life on the success of Moonbraida's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Amerk. Skipped everything forever expansion. I read so little that I realized I couldn't. I didn't realize I could job advance. Oh. Oh wow. He was a baby class the whole. There's no way you're baby class like for 50 levels, right? Madam, Sir Amerk regrets that he cannot be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ahem. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Hikaru Okari, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you chose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in the service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely. Shiva. Ak Amphitheater. Oh, the Ak Afa Amphitheater. Why'd they name it after a dragons? I was in Praetorium as Gladiator. My party was like, yeah, I mean, I would too. Look. I understand if you went to Hawkthorne. Hawkthorne? Not Hawkthorne. Fuck, what's the dungeon called? Hawk's Manor. As still the baby job. Because it's like around this part-ish in MSQ where most people are level 30. And they can pick up their expansion. Hell, when I was first going through, I didn't know there was expansion jobs until I was in Hawk Manor. And someone was like, hey, you pick up your bard job quest. I'm just like, the hell's a bard? I just wanted to play as an archer. I'm just like, hey, where's my sniper? Where's my hawk? Why can't I just double strafe everything? And then they're like, oh no, archer goes to bard. I'm just like, huh? You're telling me I turn from an archer and I just start singing songs? Huh? Oh, so it's MSQ. I don't think I had much guidance when I was doing this first time around. No one was like, no one told me anything about this game. Those most of my IRLs that wanted to play this game, and I just tried it out. I'm the only one that stuck to it. The rest of them did not stick with it. I just like RL. Except I've never played. Never played Minstrel or Wanderer. Or Dancer, I guess. I never played that job line ever. Played everything else, but not those. Oh, and Super Novice or whatever. Hyper Novice, Super Novice, what they're called. Never done that either. Played through almost everything else. Yeah, whatever. Let's do hunt logs. Bored enough. I usually stick to jobs I do like generally. In which I've been really enjoying Ninja lately. Very funny to just play range and do so much damage.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
I don't remember this being voiced.
No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
I'm still very impressed that Summoner doesn't get to summon the other primals. And it's just the 3. You really couldn't have moved the sword, get away from the tank. Surely our tank will turn on stance. Next is staff. ward away from the tank again. These bosses die so quick. Quite underwhelming, because you hardly see many of the mechanics. They just like die so fast. Shame. Also the first primal that doesn't disappear after dying.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Why can't we teleport like that? You'd think that we could teleport like that when we could learn every single job in this game. But no. We have to walk everywhere.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Bro, this guy sounds like a nerd.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Why the 12? You're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamour. Well, look, if you say that that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in this freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with Dish Guardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. Um. Um. Why did she say such things? Really gambling with our lives. Oh, he's in a tower, isn't he? Man. Hate this tower. There she is, and none worse for the wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory. If you'd be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Hikaru to thank. Yes, you're right, of course, Sir Amerk. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is a matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Trilmont is a caravan ready. The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies that the heretics stole from the House Fortom Caravan. Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Hikaru, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? This is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriads of ways. Pray do not think less of him. What were you thinking, Hikaru? Raging your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the fury, Hikaru. This is stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. But that I've been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was, forced to wait, condemned to wondering at the fate of a dear friend, for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you're here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us into intercessory. Greetings, madam. I'll show you in at once. Thanks. His job is just to hold the door and open it.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
There are bits and parts of this I do remember. Like, I do remember that cutscene. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threats, and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against them, against beast tribes, to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but our civilized people as well. Any lingering objections to an Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Hikaru. It is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. One day he'll have sufficient winter clothes. That day is not today, but one day.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louis Soir's writings make no mention of such a possibility.
Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Hey, that sounds like Final Fantasy 16.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
There was no sacrifices, not that I know of.
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Very interesting how they say Midgard-Zoma. Hey, with a Z. It's a very interesting way. I need to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. You hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is... Hikaru, this well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royal has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. This plane she received inside Hope. Citizen reports seeing Royal quit the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Casa Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Royal's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bullfrog and join the hunt. Are done juggling. There's little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist. One must be realistic. Also, it would seem that I've grossly misinformed regarding the average earning of a street performer. True young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their abilities to enact reform. Do not fault Sir Amark for being less than forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. Forgive me, Hikaru. I thought I had prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. But we don't get food. Our stocks of wine have nearly run dry. The Charlene scholar is shrinking us out of the house and home. I didn't know she was an alcoholic. Ingrid's fucking dead. Trying to tumble the table now, are we? Don't give up yet, boy. Ida, line him up. Hey, I just gotta say, you're a pretty... You're alright. Ingrid's fucking dead, bro. What you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. Calm yourself, Coltonet. It's just a little ship after practice. Clears out the cobweb no end. A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and all too often a sip during practice. I do believe Moonbrita is having quite a bad influence on you. Oh, I learned something new. She's an alcoholic. That's very interesting. I didn't know she was one, to be honest. My thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Varel walked through the camp not a bell ago. She walked right through. Did not miss her. Is here. We have Arbon's decision to keep the matter secret. To thank for that. Bad for Merle, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so here we are. Rail must not be allowed to reach Castle Meridiana. Oh my goodness. That's far. I'm teleporting. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. Goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Alright, I'm on a monk. Those are ugly fists. Kill the healer first. I just kill the healer because they're annoying. We have to kill all the reinforcements, even if she's already down to 1. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you have fallen so low. What would you know of low? You a spoiled little lordling, who has never known any want. Oh, getting called out. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know naught of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, we're resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I join the flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than shirts on our back. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet we never did we bemoan our lots in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortune. We accepted the hand we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back from everything we have will be fought for. How are we any different then? It's true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, is that you never betray your own. I would soon cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. We return to Uldar to face justice, and a people whose trust you have dragged through together. What a very interesting line where it says, cut off his own arm than to harm his friend. Not so much as a hint of remorse. It's well that the sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his.
I
I've heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances for miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raubon, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to Rising Stone and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royal in high regard. For better or worse, she'll want to know how this tale ends. Okay. That weapon box won't be better. Ours is at 130. Not be better.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
What did she just say? How do you get that? Look, I may not have known how to pronounce her name either, but I definitely didn't think it was that.
Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
What about Keeper of the Lake? We're told to go there, like,
my thanks for
a long
coming,
time ago.
friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auricite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
Not my job.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auricite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Do they not know the one true God is so... They never name it, except, of course, the Ascian. I guess we only know it because of a cutscene too. Technically, the Warrior of Light doesn't let it either.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
How is that? Whatever. I don't know how that pronounces it. Huayu. I don't know how any of that pronounces Huayu. Roaille.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Very interesting.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monitorists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monitorists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monitorists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, The citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Uldar to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves, for a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
So her plans of dissolving both the monetarist and her is now known. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole propriety of the Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it is wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? Sure, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Hikaru, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, but I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, the Legi Adeleji and the Monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Roban needs our help, and I'll direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am able to stay abreast of the latest developments on issues affecting borders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Uldar, unless you have if you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Rion J is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Hikaru, while we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on the path. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more fatally bound to organizations. As ever, I implore you to do. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret. Hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you're finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in full fashion. So we're really just procrastinating on a Keeper of Light, or Keeper of the Lake job, huh? Hello, Hikaru. Are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on it. She's the first one to mention sleep. Pleasure as always, Hikaru. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind. You'd be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit. Right then. Meanwhile, I've been making inquiries into the source of the weapons, what found their ways into refugees' hands way back. So it happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain. Brings to mind that merchant caught an arrow while talking to Hikaru, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief. But if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Hikaru? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge. Intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Ever since Moonbrita arrived, the Rising Stone has been buzzing with exciting news. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. I am unfamiliar with the dishes of the land. Perhaps once Moonbrita has concluded her research, she might deign to share with culinary farm. Garlic food, very good. Moonbrita has charged us with acquainting some rather esoteric manuscripts. I'm afraid the task is proving to be impossible. When the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might have proceeded were we able to pursue the archives of yesteryear. Oh, they're not drinking for once. When one is in need of precious commodities, helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I'm well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful Uldan import. We needed a rare ore to modify the white ore, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? These two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formation appeared following the calamity. I'll need more data before I can draw a conclusion. I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energy. Ori and I were in eastern Dandelion when the colossal shards of Delamet pierced the ground. We stood witness to subsequent explosions of ether, and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energies solidify into those twisted crystal shards that we know now know so well. We were but stripling adventurers the night we saw fire rain from the sky and a pillar of light scoop the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, Coltonet? No, I guess that's a good explanation to. No, never mind. I'll bring it up later if I remember. Ah, Hikaru. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black market here. It seems that his guest has arrived. It also seemed that he hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing. Commander Levier needn't have dispatched you today. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it is only natural that he will come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Hikaru. Learn this cliff thing. I spied one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While he approached the sentry and created a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Ow. Who goes there? An adventurer. A damned fool. She should never come here. Very interesting to see, like, who else is at the same MSQ. We're all like killing the same mobs here. I don't understand. What's this all about? As you can see, this is a fine man. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. Before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring in an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all. A golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellsword. We suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames, or brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, but this is anything but. We'll join the first in their hunt for the dusk-white sellsword. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the thirds to Hase, who will take care of the rest. Where is he? Middle of nowhere. Go to the Weavers Guild and then just walk there. Quite literally. Could have been close to an Aetherite. Save me the trouble. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend of to the Crystal Braves. Yeah, my deepest thanks for your assistance in Curtis. Now, what brings you here? What brings you to us this day? Gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberg. Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riol stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything worth at all. Still something worth celebrating, Lieutenant. Besides, we've got more important things to worry about. Fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stay and watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Leanne, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Mortal Flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. Hikaru, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't ye worry. Thanks for indulging me requests. Nero, Nero. It's been going well. How are you doing? Few places better than a market of privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce mean most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the burning wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. Pretty good. That's good. Good to hear. Well, yeah, I mean, I've gone through it, so getting an alt up, essentially. That's not quite how the first told it. These Duskites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself, not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered as a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. Commander wanted assurance that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and the third get their shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on me mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Suspects a rat. Hikaru, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as you are able. Well, back to the Rising Stone. Please resonate right this time, and I don't need to actually go on. Use a ticket. Thank you for coming so quickly. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indication. Lady. Our guest is with the antecedent in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? No, it's loose.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the dragon star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald. Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Forgive me if I state aught which you know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, the corpse of the worm. 15 years ago, as the next step of his campaign to subjugate the York, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Jonah. So massive was his force that all thought his victory was a foregone conclusion. When an unlikely ally came to York aid that day, Midgard Sommer, a legendary guardian of Silverterra, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against Arlene Earth. In what later became known as the Battle of Silverterra Skies. The Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm. That same explosion transformed Silverterra Falls into a desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its water and crystallizing age around. Yet the remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day. In accordance with Sir Americ's wishes, our Dolmen allies have been standing watch. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what danger awaits you within. Now then, let's not neglect our own tasks. There's much to be done, and precious little time to do. Well, off to the Keeper of the Lake. Now the dungeon that we've been procrastinating for like, I don't know how many quests now. Yeah, that one. Time to find. It gives a lot of explanation to environment. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Riven's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Chasm Sentry, come and go, from the Keeper of the Lake. But I cannot say for certain at distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. Chasm's supply line has been cut for some time, and I wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The Guardians honestly fear that the war might rise again. Well, from here, that seems rather unlikely. But if it's assurance they want, we have no choice but to inspect the corpse. Priority. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans, who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. You know, I didn't know that's why the Garleans were there. I've always wondered why they were here. But that makes a lot more sense why they are here. A lot of sense, actually. I don't even know what the damage is. I think they got hit by something. I'm surprised they're even... I thought they can handle 2 cocks. That's so troll. Just pointing it around the others. That's so troll. I find that funny though. No. I hope this hits all 3 of them. It would be a very big waste if it didn't. Might be just facing potency for fun. No reason to stop this one. We'll 5 more. Possible. wide is this again? Oh, not that wide. Okay, that's troll as hell, but okay. Sure. Take it to that corner. What's even in these chests? Playing. They're also just high level 100. Oh, paralyzed. I don't know how, but they're paralyzed. Why you did that? Freed it. That's supposed to come out. Ow. Why did it decide to turn around there? This game needs to get serious. I don't know why I'm using. Ow. I don't know why I'm using my targets. Time to fight a big ship. Magic Tech gunship. Hey, get back over here. How does that hit me? First off. I figured it was better just kill that thing rather than dodge everything. Figured that was a better use of time. Oh, therapeutic Garland airship. Absolute nuisance. It stands in it. Ow. I do hate AoEing those dragons. And she reached to the sky.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
How can I say he was sleeping the whole time? Purple. Okay. That's much. I didn't really have to. I didn't have two whatchamacallits thunderclaps for me to utilize it. Of course they would turn around. I didn't think I could hit that thing. Wow, they added an Alchemorn to this fight. Every dragon has an Alchemorn. Or they can't be a dragon. I don't know why the bots make it. I guess it's hard to dodge. I don't have a movement ability. Back into the dodge. Or boss, I mean. I guess. But you might be able to make it a sprint too. I guess the bots just are content with tossing attacks. Or whatever. It is what it is.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee. Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Well, summon Midgard Summer by selecting the corresponding character. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Oh, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message saying that you're to return to Dona. Well, God Summer has taken Idleland for flight. Although, Alex was after the Praetor. Oh, you. Oh, you're never gonna hear. Have you spoken with Commander Levier again? Pacing. Oh. Oh, save me. Is it coming? What should we do? Oh, he's not. The Lady Knight from Ishgard was quite a figure. Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys, preparing suitable meals is a rising stone. Okay. I guess some of them have actual different dialogue. Weird. Praise the 12 that you're hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Amer's request. You have completed your investigation of Keeper Lake, I take it, and I will hear your report. You conversed with Midgardsormr. If there were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it as with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand the Worm Lord did not perish, as in sooth dormant past 50. Less a resurrection dwelleth in years passing as mo. Though his words were ambiguous one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard this Ishgard. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Amer immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. Even acknowledge that you have heard the voice of a Trevanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget that men have been executed as heretics for declaring as for your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations. Truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Americ's emissary, you leave that to me. I remain here for now. There's something you're not telling us. seem different somehow. It's almost as if you're missing something important. Well, for friend, Midgard Summer stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It's a relief to hear that you are otherwise. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her. Midgard Summer made mention of a covenant. One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into, so too did the Great Worm. Altic and Nymea, brother Time and their fate, decreed that Midgard Summer ever watch, from which all water and magic set to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant which he spoke? It was not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself. Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let's keep this matter to ourselves. We do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses, and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of it. Though it was not Midgard Summer who roared, a call to arm by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are founded. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreedow has requested a gathering of the Silent. I assume there have been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Assassins. I informed her that our business with the Ishgardians concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with Crystal Braves. All done with your talk of dragons. Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
I feel like we're getting fit in here and of ARR anyway. I know. We're more than halfway through it. Not that much. It seemed events have once more conspired to rob us of rest. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straightway to the processing plant. The fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you of the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilford at our headquarters in Utah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front line. Your duties take you to Northern Danaland, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stone for a time. Philomene travels to Utah, and we shall serve as... At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the old city. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest, imperial market, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can gather. Many of my friends hold position of power, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Asilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connection. But I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger for once familiar streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady. I shall be well protected. Shall we be on our way then? This place is very empty with everyone gone. For a small organization, we certainly chewed through a prodigious amount. Perhaps I should put a lock on the large. We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplaces. Look, I don't even get food rations. Like, where's my ration? How come I don't get fed? Commander Levier sent word that you'd be coming. The burden of your talent is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind. I've learned a trick or two since the disaster in Alportia Malja. We're returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raubon's push. Such a force is likely interested in one thing: gathering their hand on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garland could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it'd be welcome tidings. Corporal Akari. My soldiers yet tell tales of your Archon, but that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times. But I fear more pressing matters require attention. Civilian Trotman. You see, I have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing. I had my sappers take a close look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices, the devices of Imperial design below. By my order, the flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news of the latest movement of the army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison. It seemed the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squad seen leaving Castrum to effectively take in position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with Crystal Braves. They've decided to take the bit of field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow Scions of the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. I report to Lieutenant Alian, and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Glad to have you with us, Ikar. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridian. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and battle with the column, leaving the detached forces free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Illibert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere. The third was getting restless up in Ul'dah, so I marched him out here to fill any hole in its defenses and add their number to counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own force and safely engage enemy far beyond them. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much cerulean. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder think of the consequences should any of the storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scion should join the fourth and give battle to this column. You're with the third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching processing plants. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Q. Aze. The scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads. The better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well as to cover more ground. Make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas are clean of enemy soldiers. Alright, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. You know, even without the blessing of light, these guys just fall over. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, one or few Guardians will back to the ashram. These Imperials, though, they've certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I'd never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Elian know West is now clear. I'd appreciate if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Corporal Akari, what news for the Garlands? The raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over Column. It informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duty. All but one, that is. The Rugadan lady of the large axe. It appears she had chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Danaland is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sword such as her. I'd certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue away.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Everyone just knows that our blessing of light is gone. That's weird. This blessing was supposed to give us strength. I feel like lacking in that strength. Or is it just meant to block the primal? Right. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in solar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You too.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Well, that rift's gonna stay open for a bit. I'll sneak right back real quick. Need to cut my own finger. So, won't get a band-aid. I'll be back. Okay, well, I got a band-aid. They go to the crystal. Although this might take a while. Is no one? I guess no one else is here, huh? No one can even help her. Stuck eating my hunt log, rather than doing nothing. Else and off to the south front. Upper path. Still finding something. Where does the upper path extend to? And up here too? Close. They're really tied with that thing. One more. Maybe one more something. I think. early. Very interesting. What a creepy little fella. There's divination. What's the alternate? I don't have faith for that one. I know. Clearly, we're not all trying to self-power, yeah. What about the staff? Saving her is like nice and all. What about the staff? Isn't that the whole reason he came here? Because of staff?
You're safe. Thank the 12.
Oh, there's the staff.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Our list of grievances with the Ascians was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? Would we have arrived a few moments sooner? Just a few moments. Oh, Moon. I miss you so much already. Just counting on the theory that our souls ate their burns brightest, passing, a scholar until the very end. Never have seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer so. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moon and mourn. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlotte, I feel it only fitting that we gather before the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Rathfrost and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the city of London. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the crystal. No, I wonder what he has to say about. Kind of curious. Isn't that something that I've ever on, especially after this? I wonder if he's. Ew. As one age endeth, another doth arise. Though our struggles wax and wane, what wouldst thou ask of? Guess he doesn't really have lines after, huh? Figured he'd have something. But he didn't. That's EX of Shiva. A lot of the EXs here, we don't have a reason.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
I think that Summer just have like 2-line quips, huh? Just follows around by 2-line clips. I figure he have more things to do, but I guess he's not really following me around. So, I guess that's his life now. The rising stone feels somehow colder. When Brita always carried with her such an abundance of warmth. Must find some means of protecting ourselves from Asinu. I don't feel much like talking it. We could just sometime. I live to see Ida in such pain, but I have not words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalymo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation. I'm at a loss of words. True. I have a lot to say. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to live on. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Hiko? It's as if a dagger has been thrusted in. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear, if we are to forge ahead. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbreed, our fellows at the waiting stand. Their spirit and dedication to our, however, will never be lost, as long as we rise to fight once. I hardly need to remind you of this. It is for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a pit of. My apologies again, Hiko. There is no other to whom I say. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence. A victory, comrade, honored of living forward towards the light of a. Have you a moment, Hiko? I believe Ida wished a word. I should consider it a personal favor if you lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing. My heart aches to see her so downcast. Hey, it's Hikaru. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Raff Frost. Oh, that's that carbuncle summon up there. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Eh. They've got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Saying the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you best learn to say no, or they'll have you mucking out cookable staples next. Anyways, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Ida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock. If she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. I don't know what she needs. You know, of all the Scion, right, Rion Jada feels, well, at least I feel the most sympathy for. Because he's never one to express his emotion, let alone confide to others. Much rather just suffer to himself. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She will not just take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she said it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I meant to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moonbreed, I love these things. I hope that somewhere, somehow, he knows I'm still thinking of.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Is that what I think it is?
Dragons.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mikot Sommer had like he was being nice, but it was like 5 seconds ahead. Very terrible warning if you tell me. Ignore the fact that my data center is Mikot Sommer. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kerfus will soon arrive. We must hasten to hear. envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence. I will forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians. Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago. The battle will soon join, and battle will joined soon thereafter. Sir Amark himself sailed forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of noble houses finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into a victory, if such it may be called, came at a cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then. We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Kerfus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of Crystal Brave is by no means assured. A commitment to quelling the unrest in Utah must take precedence. It is with such contingency in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case with our leader? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our play will be. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak for Sir Americ's authority, and our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. Personal appeal to you, White. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share with your experience may yield us an advantage over the foe. Thank you. You are the mantle of hero well. It would seem the roads lead us both to Camp Dragonhead. Take me out when you arrive, Hikar. Tips to dealing with Midgardsormr. Hit dragon. Don't get hit by dragon boo. I don't know what more they want from me, because that's all I did. All I did was hit dragon and not get hit by dragon.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
I wonder why they still name her Iceheart when we know her name is Dale. You've said it herself that her name is Dale. But she's still just named Iceheart. Odd. To say the least. It seems I was swifter, Hikaru. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare. Our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the regiment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what's afoot. They're not gonna tell us anything. Why would they tell us anything? No matter how much we've helped them, they're still outside. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze in my bones. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protection? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be. It seemed the heretic struck first, and the most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gate. I thought it prudent to investigate the cause. You've learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against their defenders, came close enough to dispel the first of our war. Let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric waits. Lady Iceheart has grown bold. She would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we bid and return to Camp Dragon. Lord Horchefont will know where Sir Aymeric. I'll go back and I'll probably stop there. Gonna be the end. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.